Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we're meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated. And Mr. Kelly, could you conduct roll call, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Nemo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Warden, you have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, thank you. And if I could have a motion to adopt the minutes of January 25, 2023. Member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by member from Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. During the month of February, I attended 12 meetings on County Council business. During the weekends of February 2 to 5 and 9 to 12, I attended the various events and ceremonies of the Ontario Winter Games in Renfrew County. I'll discuss more of these details during the Winter Games report as part of today's regular council agenda. I would again like to thank all staff that were involved in last week's budget workshop meetings and acknowledge the amount of effort that went into drafting a budget that will continue to deliver county services in an efficient and effective manner. Thank you to County Council for your patience and attentiveness throughout the entirety of the process, including the very detailed committee reports prior to the week's meetings. During the prior week's meetings. On January 3rd, as chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I met with MPP John Yakubuski to discuss the EOWC's current priorities, including the Regional Housing Initiative, known as 7 in 7 Plan. I delivered the same message and presentation to the City of Belleville on February 27th, along with Hastings County CEO Jim Pine, Hastings Warden Bob Mullen, and EOWC staff. On February 28th, I attended a presentation from the Southeastern Ontario Production Accelerator Fund in Toronto. This initiative, a regional film and television production initiative, aims to bring millions of potential economic development activity into Eastern Ontario. The ask is to support a proposed incentive program modeled after the Eastern Ontario Development Fund and the Eastern Ontario Development Program in terms of execution, and after the incentives are offered by the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation's film and television stream. And lastly, on February 27th, I attended, along with CAO Craig Kelly, a meeting with the City of Pembroke, with Mayor Ron Gervais and CAO Dave Unruh. We talked about shared initiatives and a plan to commit to future meetings of the County City Liaison Committee on a quarterly basis. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. I don't believe there are any delegations today. And with that, Mr. Kelly, any correspondence?
Warden, all correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee, but I'll note one piece of correspondence that I know many of you received yesterday and worthwhile noting today as a letter of congratulations and well wishes is from the Renfrew County District Health Unit on the recent appointment of Dr. Jason Morgenstern as their new Chief Medical Officer of Health. So I would suggest to you that we submit a letter from the Warden and Council congratulating him on that appointment, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And we'll move to committee reports, and Chair Donahue, please.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Warden. Just before I go into the committee reports, picking up on Mr. Kelly's comments vis-a-vis Dr. Morgenstern, inordinately pleased to see this. I have been on the Board of Health right up until the end of this past year. While I certainly endorse and must commend all of the practitioners that have been providing the Medical Officer of Health service on an acting basis, one has to go back to January of 2016 was the last that there was a full-time Medical Officer of Health, so it has been a very lengthy process. So I'm exceptionally pleased that Dr. Morgenstern will be joining us here in Renfrew County and District. Having said that, Mr. Warden, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. As information items, Accreditation Canada survey. As we've discussed in these chambers, each of the long-term care homes has the highest level accreditation. However, they have been going through that as a separate process, each on its own. We will now be going through the process as a combined accreditation. Very pleased at this, and this is the schedule, Mr. Warden. As resolutions, this is item number 2, Advanced Care Paramedic Tuition Loan Letter of Understanding, Resolution number H-CC-23-02-09, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the Advanced Care Paramedic Tuition Loan Program be continued through the 2023 calendar year. The background is attached, Mr. Warden. This is a very forward-looking program that provides the financing to be paid back by those wishing to upgrade their skills. Item 3, Mr. Warden, is Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement and Schedule E Form of Compliance Declaration. Once again, resolution number H-CC-23-02-13, moved by Chair, seconded by committee. That County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the annual Schedule E Form of Compliance Declaration issued pursuant to the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement for each of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, and once again, the background is attached. Moving on to bylaws. Item 4 is the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center, Resolution Number H-CC-23-02-11, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and CAO Clerk to sign the lease agreement and letter of agreement between the County of Renfrew and Care for Health and Community Services to lease office space at 425 Cecilia Street, Pembroke, for tenancy at the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. Once again, the background is attached. Item 5, Long-Term Care Homes Vaccination Policy, Resolution Number H-CC-23-02-14, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw rescinding Bylaw 37-22, revoking Policy G-010, Vaccination Policy for County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes, effective March 1st, 2023. Once again, the background is attached. Item 6 is the Long-Term Care Home Smoking Policy, Resolution Number H-CC-23-02-15, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council amend Bylaw 84-09 to revise Long-Term Care Homes Policy G-009 that removes residents of Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge from the policy, and further, that this policy be reviewed in 6 months and again in 12 months. And once more, the background is attached, Mr. Warden, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. Questions, comments, concerns from members of council on item number 1, item 2, item 3, item number 4. Councillor from North Argona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, I'm just curious that I'm assuming this lease will continue if we're fortunate enough to get a funding announcement from the province that the VTAC program will continue moving into the next year.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Bose. That is correct. What we've set up is I'll call it a month-to-month or a very short-term lease with some language and some understanding that we will continue with a more fuller lease, if you will, after March 31st should the funding continue.
Item number 5. Item 6. The report as a whole. And if I could have a mover, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Greater Madawaska, you were just getting ready to vote, were you? Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And we'll move to operations, please.
Thank you, Warden, members of County Council. We, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information items number 1, winter operations. You will see the significant weather events being reported for the month of December and January. Item number 2 is spring load restrictions, kind of an annual thing that we need to do to protect the county roads during the spring. And bylaws, item number 3, alterations to county roads and structures, resolution number OPCC 230210, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The county council pass a bylaw approving the alterations to county road structures. The background is there. This will necessitate, this can necessitate changes to roads to accommodate for construction. Item number 4, PWC-2023-25, the rehabilitation of county structure C-205 Bourne Road Culvert, resolution number OPCC 230211, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that contract PWC-2023-25 as submitted by 195-6466 Ontario Inc., JWK Contracting, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of county structure C205 Bourne Road Culvert in the amount of $613,882 plus HST be approved, and further that the County Council pass a bylaw to authorize the execution of contract. And you'll see the background and the tender submissions that were received. And we'll note that this one is slightly under budget. Item number 5, PWC-2023-64, the rehabilitation of county county structure B064 Pilgrim Road Bridge, resolution number OPCC 230212, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that contract PWC-2023-64 as submitted by Bonashare Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for rehabilitation of county structure B064 Pilgrim Road Bridge in the amount of $398,505 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize the execution of the contract. You'll see the background and the tender submissions that were received, and we'll notice that this will begin the tendering process roller coaster. So first one under budget, this one a little over budget. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. Members of Council, questions, comments, concerns about item number 1? Item number 2? Item 3? Item 4? And item 5? The report as a whole? And can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to Finance and Admin, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. For information, item number 1 is the weighted voting system, which has now been recalculated. It didn't change any of the weighted votes or the recorded votes that we've had. Under number 2, the federal electoral boundaries. Congratulations, we get to keep Greater Madawaska. But of note, we will now be referred to as Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, as opposed to Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Number 3, KPMG are our new auditors, as we lost Scott, Rosine Black and Locke last year. Number 4 is the AMO Statement of Remuneration. Number 5 is the Board of Health 2022 Statement of Remuneration. Number 6 is a critical incident report filed with the Provincial Offences Admin, and there's background there. Number 7 is the AMO call for provincial action on property assessments. I'm sure that this is going to plague us in this year or possibly next year. Under number 8, congratulations to Ms. Jennifer Grant, who is now our one of our justices of the peace. And under resolutions, I have resolution number FACC 23-02-15, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the strategic plan for the 2023-2026 years, all of which is respectfully submitted as myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns from members of Council on item number 1? Item 2, Councillor Laurentian Hills, please.
Thank you, Warden. So is this in effect right now, the change, the name change?
My impression is it's not until the election is called, but
Okay.
we will check that to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 3, please. Item 4. Item 5. Item 6. Item number 7. Item number 8. Item number 9. What a gentle sound. The report as a whole. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Would you like me to move it first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please, yes, sorry.
I thought it was going to be correspondence, but
No.
so moved.
Mover, please. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. And Community Services Committee, please.
Thank you, Warden. We, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. There is one information item, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus Regional Housing Plan. We've heard a number of, quite a bit of information on this, and thankful to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus for making this one of their priorities. Attached is there is a handout and a video. Bylaw number 2, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund Contribution Agreement, Resolution number CS-CC-23-02-05, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve an agreement with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for the National Housing Co-Investment Fund Program, and further, that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize the Warden and Clerk to execute the contribution agreement between the County of Renfrew and the CMHC. Background is there. Their contribution is proposed to be $5 million, and that will be cost shared 70-30%. So attached as Appendix B is the bylaw. Number 3, amendment to bylaw 15-15, County of Renfrew wage enhancement agreement with licensed childcare providers. Resolution number CS-CC-23-02-06, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve that bylaw number 15-15 be amended to enter into a wage enhancement agreement with Bamuzi Daycare for the purpose of receiving wage enhancement grant funding. Their proposed opening for this is March 1st, today, 2023. So attached, the bylaw is attached. Item number 4, or bylaw number 4, amendment to bylaw 49-17, County of Renfrew licensed home child care policies and procedures. Resolution number CS-CC-23-02-07, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve that bylaw number 49-17 be amended, authorizing the County of Renfrew to amend policies LHCC-11 and LHCC-13, and to approve the addition of a new policy, LHCC-19, privately placed children policy, to the licensed home child care policies and procedures. The background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and Committee members, Warden Emo, Councillors Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number 1? Item number 2? Councillor from Aveston Bromley, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could draw everyone's attention, this is page 333 of the document. It's in the background, and I think I'm hoping this is how I'm reading it. It says the contribution by CMHC is $5 million. I'm wondering, is the project $5 million, or is the because if the contribution from CMHC is $5 million and that's 30%, this is a $16.6 million endeavor. Perhaps some clarity could be provided.
Ms. Lapine, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, to Council, you are correct in your comment. It is a 16-point project. We are able to go back for 2 years and forward for 3 years in terms of our contribution, and our contribution can include provincial funds. It just cannot include any federal funds. And the amount from CMHC is $5 million. So you are correct in your financial calculations. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Lapine. And then the follow-up question, actually one of the follow-ups Ms. Lapine had answered is what the duration of the program is. So it's somewhat retroactive for 2, it's advanced for 3, it's 5 years. Ultimately, that is the 11.6 that is the county's share that can incorporate even provincial funding. It simply cannot utilize any federal funds. Have we established where that financing will be drawn from?
Please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, to Council. So the total funds are $16 million. They are stacked, and if I am correct in understanding your question, our contribution comes through our budget planning process for capital repairs, what's called our TCAs, tangible capital assets, our non-TCAs, and any of our OFI funding and other funding that we use to improve any of our community housing buildings. And some of the work, as mentioned, because it goes back 2 years, has already taken place. This will allow us to achieve many of our goals in terms of making units accessible and meeting the requirements. We have been working with CMHC on this in order to fully understand the expectations. It would appear that we are able to meet this over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you once again, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Lapine. Just for complete clarity so that I'm following, ultimately the, let us say, standard or typical practices that we have been facilitating over a number of years with investments, with standardized annual contributions from the province, all of that does qualify, that this is not generally extraordinary. This is CMHC providing us some augmented funding towards largely what we have endeavored to do each and every year, correct?
Please.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, to Council, that is correct. That is exactly what this is going to do. So we will see an additional $5 million over and above what we currently invest in terms of improving our community housing buildings. Thank you.
Councillor from North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And I just wanted to say this is a really, really good news story, knowing that the age of our buildings are requiring many more repairs. I'm just wondering, is this going to create a pressure on our current staff to complete the work, or is a lot of this work contracted out?
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Warden. And typically this work has already been scheduled. So for additional work, it might take a little more work for staff, but we do have capacity at this time to meet this requirement to spend these monies. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions on item 2, we'll move to item 3. Councillor from Town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. I was hoping somebody would ask this question, but it was asked during our committee meeting. Just so you can sleep tonight and you're not wondering what Bamunji means, it's an Algonquin word that means to care for a child. So there's your trivia for today.
Thank you. Move to item number 4. Seeing no further questions, the report as a whole. And if I could have a mover, please.
So moved.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to Development and Property report, please.
Thank you, Warden. And starting on page 364, to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Cell Gap Project update. Item number 2 is the Municipal Agriculture Economic Development and Planning Forum. This is good news that, again, the county has been recognized as being a great host for some of these initiatives, and once again, we're going to be putting this one on. Item number 3 is to save the date for the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association Conference and Annual General Meeting. And that also includes the summer company program opening on in 2023. Item number 5 is the Francophone Entrepreneurship Programming. Item number 6 is the 2022 Annual Renfrew County Forest Report. Item number 7 is the 2022 Renfrew County Forest Health Update. Item number 8 is invasive species, the hemlock woolly adelgid. Moving to resolutions, number 9 is the letter of support, increase small business enterprise centers funding. And of course, this is a request to review the funding, which apparently has not been increased for quite a number of years. Item number 10 is Bill 23, revisions to our planning process, subdivision, condominium consent applications, and it's resolution number DP-CC-23-02-14, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council recommends that staff discontinue holding a public meeting for plans of subdivision. Resolution number DP-CC-23-02-15, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council recommends that staff amend the consent delegation approval bylaw to delegate to staff the decision on contested applications and bring back in March for adoption. And again, the background is there. Bylaws, item number 11, the Calabogie Motorsport Track official plan amendment. Resolution number DP-CC-23-02-16, moved by chair, seconded by committee. County Council pass a bylaw to adopt and approve official plan amendment number 37. Background again is attached. Item number 12, the Cell Quarry official plan amendment number 38. Resolution number DP-CC-23-02-17, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council pass a bylaw to adopt and approve official plan amendment number 38. Again, the background is there. And item number 13, the Voyageur Bay official plan amendment number 39, resolution number DP-CC-23-02-18, moved by chair, seconded by committee. County Council pass a bylaw to adopt and approve official plan amendment number 39. The background is there. I will just add the one thing that just came in prior to our meeting. It indicates in the report that there was no comments received on this. However, there was one comment, and it was addressed to Director Davis. And I'll just turn it over to him to read that, please.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council. So the one comment we did receive late yesterday dealt with not necessarily the OPA that you have in front of you, but more to do with a local municipal issue dealing with hydro access or hydro services to the existing lots. So this has been directed to the local municipality of Whitewater Region, and it's one of those items that they'll look after at a future decision. Thank you, Chair. Or thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And then moving on to item number 14, the Wireless Radio Communication Tower Agreement. Resolution number DP-CC-23-02-29, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council pass a bylaw to execute an agreement with Rogers Telecommunications, Inc. to erect a 90-meter wireless radio communication tower on the County of Renfrew-owned property, the Little Ireland Track, located on Highway 28 and Little Ireland Road in the township of Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan. Again, the background is there. all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Questions, comments, concerns from members of council on item number 1? Councillor from Laurentian Hills, please.
So I realize a report came out yesterday from EORN that's attached to this, but my concern is the number of completed towers as opposed to the number that are planned. I realize this is probably a supply chain issue, but is there a schedule as to when these 260 new towers will be put in service?
Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Giardini. There is a schedule. So you are aware, on March 29th, at our March 29th meeting of March 29th, the next County Council meeting, EORN will be here, and they can likely address all your questions and concerns. I believe they're going to show a schedule and show some proprietary information about where and how and when and all these things that are going to roll out over the next year and a half, 2 years.
Thank you.
Councillor from Whitewater Region, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just to reemphasize, the Township of Laurentian Hills is placed. The issue that we're seeing in Whitewater is just the communication of the status. And I understand, we saw in the EORN report that's been attached, there's updated information. But if we can come up with a communication strategy to share with the public, we have a number of sites that have been approved for towers, but they've been sitting vacant for a number of months. I understand there's studies being taken, but then people are worried that, oh, maybe we're not going to get the tower there, something's changed. So it's just if we can include a communication strategy with the public on those towers, I think it'll be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from Bonnechere Valley, please.
I can address this in my EORN address, but one of the challenges is that the sites are still confidential. And even though in your own municipalities, I'm sure neighbors know that neighbors are getting them, however, that's not something that EORN nor Rogers wants out in the public. And that's why they've been loath to put out a schedule that they have to adhere to, because they have had supply chain issues, changes in Rogers personnel. It's been a rough ride over the last few months, and weather has not been our friend. So, but I'll address it again in my EORN report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to question, and I'll tread carefully here, with respect to the confidentiality of the sites. It was a process that was undertaken in my municipality. Perhaps other municipalities have engaged a third party towards the review of potential sites. But at the sites that were identified in Admast and Bromley, there was actually a process and a public notice put in the paper of where these were planned to be sited with the specific information. It seems that the horse has left the barn, if you will, with respect to the confidentiality. I would suspect that in my community, certainly it would not be beyond the pale that the neighbors would know, but the fact that it was posted in the paper and seeking comments from the public on the potential siting here would suggest to me that this is public information.
Thank you, Warden, but a lot of those public information went out as a very large area, not necessarily site-specific. So in our municipality, it was labeled as it will be in this 100-meter area, not drilled down to an address.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2. Councillor North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to thank our staff for being able to host this event, seeing that agriculture is a very important part of Renfrew County, and I think it's a great opportunity to demonstrate to the province some of the very interesting and unique and innovative farming organizations and individuals who are certainly creating some very, very unique changes to how agriculture is done and some of the different products and commodities that they're taking and raising. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to add my congratulations as well. It's been a long-term goal of the county to bring in as many events, diverse events as possible, and we always want to show off our community, but also the innovative nature and the products that we have. And I noted there will be tours around the community, so that's always a time to have visitors and I think some residents as well take a trip around through areas they might not go through every day. So very excited to see this happening and looking forward to it. Item number 3, please. Item 4. Item 5. Item 6. Councillor Admiston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Davis, presumably, though certainly the Chair Brose can weigh in should he see fit. I am curious and I'll apologize. I've heard multiple pronunciations for Derico, so I'm not sure if that's accurate. But I am, as I understand that we were exposed in the county of Renfrew in the southwest particularly to these very damaging winds. I'm just wondering, there is such a tight time frame to be able to salvage when there is blowdown. I wonder if we could be provided some information on if we were able to salvage substantially from the damage, as it were, wrought.
Mr. Davis, please.
Through you, Warden, and yes, we did have one forestry track that was damaged by these, the spring-summer wind event, and we were lucky enough to have a local company go in there and salvage what they could of the destruction. However, it really impacted more Crown land and private land in the county forests. We're, again, fortunate we had a local contractor down there at the time because the majority of these contractors will go to the Crown lands first to do the salvage. So to answer your question directly, yes, we did do this. Again, part of the drone program we have for the forestry operations, this drone program, so we do have a drone for the county forests, and this was a great beneficial advance for us to use this drone to look at these sites and look at the possibility of other wind events in and around that area. But hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor from Whitewater Region.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to highlight, I know that this past couple of months there's been a lot of work in the Beachburg track for the county forest, and I just wanted to congratulate, to thank staff. Their engagement with the community, with the township, with the local users of that forest has been excellent, and we've received compliments to that effect. So I'd encourage they continue to do that. It's been great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Item number 7. Item number 8. Item 9. Item 10. Item 11. Item number 12. Item 13. And item 14. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And I'll just very quickly go through the Ontario Winter Games report. So as noted previously, our games were held February 2nd to the 5th and February 9th to the 12th. And just in the first paragraph, I noted that the meetings had been continuous from October 26th through until February the 8th. I did also note that on the morning of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, we met at 7 a.m. on Zoom just to review our day and get organized and make some decisions. So very appreciative of the Games Organizing Committee, excuse me, for their time and their efforts. Moving quickly to sponsorship, and we'll give you a more comprehensive report in a little while, but we feel comfortable. We had promises in the neighborhood of between $300,000 and $400,000 in cash and services, and we're confirming those payments right now. Cindy and I met with the town of Arnprior on December the 7th for a financial contribution, and they graciously waived the fees for Nick Smith Center. So thank you very much to Arnprior. As you probably noted when you attended events, Rogers provided jackets and toques for the outdoor volunteers. They're the very high quality toques, and the jackets were a nice red, very, you could really see people with them. And they really wanted to wear them as well. And of course we had Benny Holcomb supplied all of the t-shirts for all of our volunteers, whether they were security or whether they were medical or a general volunteer, the green, the blue, and the red. Staples provided a number of our supplies for the games, paper, printers, etc. And they also supplied a lot of signs at a discounted rate for us. An interesting one was Renfrew Pizzeria. They advertised on their boxes for us, so whenever you ordered a pizza in Renfrew the last month, there was one of our stickers on their box outlining the games. And Domino's hosted a dedicated night where the proceeds from their products sold benefited the games. So there were some really good relationships that we were able to initiate. Our media, our social media sprint up to the games and at the games, we think was very successful, and we're trying to get some metrics on that to be a little more accurate. The vests and the scarves really went over well in terms of being able to identify people, and also we used the scarves with all the MPPs across Ontario, and there was a lot of social media where they were shown wearing our scarf and promoting the games and shoving people towards our hashtag or our website. So that, I think, was very successful. MyFM and the Leader did a great job with the interviews and profiles. And that was, they were quite inspiring as well. Your TV coordinated the taping of the video messages by Melissa Bishop, and her messages were great perfect for the games. And my TV, or Your TV, I'm sorry, my FM and Your TV. So Your TV, what they did was they coordinated, because Melissa lives out in southwestern Ontario, and they coordinated them taping them, and then they shipped them up, and our folks on this end polished them and got them ready for production. So it was a great effort from Your TV. We're very active on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and we'll give you some more information on that. We also attended a December 16 Wolves game and a Lumber Kings game on December 18, and sold some merchandise and attracted a few volunteers and had some good media coverage. Our website is still running. The merchandise is still available with a deep discount, and it will be until the end of this month. We had some, and I think Tina can probably speak to this more than I can, but we had some pretty intense hourly battles with hackers and bots during the games, and we were successful in still managing to keep our site reasonably clean. As you know, the opening ceremonies were a struggle. On the second one, we had to very quickly switch it from an on-site to an interactive virtual ceremony, and it went really well, considering we did put it together in about 4 hours with a lot of splicing and cutting and pasting of things together. And the first ceremony went as well as it could, considering the weather event that fell upon us at 2 seconds after 7. So I'd like to thank everybody for their support and understanding. Finance, our budget to date is, I'm going to say, doing okay. We're still getting invoices and placing them and trying to get a sense of it. Food was up about 45% over what we thought it was going to be. In transportation, a similar amount as well. And that really made it difficult for other parts of our budget. We had 2 very successful nights. One in Renfrew on the 19th. We had about 300 people, and in Petawawa, sorry, about 220 in Renfrew, and then the following Tuesday in Petawawa, we had about 300 people show up as volunteers for orientation and just to get a sense of what we're requesting. So that very successful. We're very happy with our volunteers. And at our appreciation night on February the 15th, we had about 125 volunteers, and so thank you very much to the county staff for organizing that. It was, our volunteers really enjoyed themselves that evening and felt appreciated. The ministry, we had approximately 8 of their staff, their frontline staff, on site during the games, and they were a real help in terms of just helping us through various scenarios and offering suggestions or asking the right questions, so we got to the appropriate answer. Logistics, we chose a path of using volunteers as much as we could, and we put out a call to the Renfrew County ATV and to the 2 snowmobile clubs, and asked them for people with trucks and trailers, and they showed up. You know, they sent us emails, we coordinated with them. So anytime you saw a 4-wheel drive half-ton and a closed-in trailer outside a venue loading equipment, those were volunteers. And so it really helped us with our logistics costs, and they really enjoyed doing it, and most of them signed on for both weekends. So we were very fortunate. I believe we had something like 25 trucks and rigs that we were able to get from the community. And that's something that's new for the Winter Games and the Ontario Games. We had 101 cots that were donated to us from the Aurelia Games, and we have donated those to the community. So I'll be able to give you a more accurate accounting of those in our next report. We made some calls out into the community, and our social service agencies needed them to help out with homelessness or people that are moving, and we got rid of them inside of about 6 days, which I was thinking we'd have them for about a month, but I think they're all gone now, and I'll get a further accounting for you. Kit assembly and registration, there were 4,000 of them put together here at the county admin building. Volunteers showed up and stuffed the bags full of the things that were going out to the volunteers and also to the athletes and competitors. So thank you to those people that showed up. I don't know how they had the patience to do that. I was down to see it, and it's just not something it's not my skill set. And medical, we had enough volunteers for our medical staff. Event couldn't run if we didn't have medical staff on site. So we had a lot of paramedics, physiotherapists, we had 2 or 3 doctors, and they all showed up on time, stayed, and amazing treatment to see someone stretched out on a table with getting a rub down in the corner of a gymnasium or out in the hallway getting their shoulder taped. Someone had a problem with their shoulder and they had that black tape and they were stringing it all over them, so it's pretty impressive. Food services went really well. That's the area we were concerned about next to transportation, just making sure you have enough food, making sure it's warm and good quality, and we had lots of compliments from everybody on it. So, and our venues, as you know, we used Dundonald Hall, Mattaway, Maryville Bowling, Renfrew Curling, Pembroke Curling, Nick Smith, Bell Senspleck, Calgary Peaks, Valor, Opiongo, Fellows, Petawawa Civic Center, Madawaska Valley, Empire District, and St. Joe's and Renfrew. All the venues got just rave reviews from all of our participants. So in short, we hosted 2,500 athletes, excuse me, their coaches and officials. So our buses operate on time, our food was found to be excellent, good quality, good quantity, and our venues were thought to be excellent as well. We had 1,400 people register as volunteers, and we suspect about 880 of those were active because some people took multiple shifts. And when people volunteered, some of them volunteered 18 months ago, and their lives had changed a little bit. And coming up to the event, in some instances, there was some illnesses and things like that as well. So we'll give you some more information as soon as we get that pulled out of the system. And we also want to know how many beds we used and how many meals we served. And so we'll give you a little more information. So we have a great deal of gratitude to Minister Lumsden and the ministry staff, MPP John Yakubuski, Cindy Burwell, and the Games Organizing Committee. Also, our sponsors, our venues, and our municipal partners, and the staff of the county, the town of Renfrew, the town of Renfrew, and the town of Petawawa. And we'll deliver a more fulsome report in the near future. Thank you. So, Mr. Kelly, I'm assuming we could move to closed. Is everybody here that
I
needs
do
to
some,
be?
I see a few hands up.
Oh, I'm
Warden.
sorry. Councillor from town of Renfrew.
Thank you, Warden. I wonder if you might add the Armpire Curling Club under the venues. We had karate there. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. I'm sorry. Councillor from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and a big congratulations and a thank you to you and your team, county staff, especially the volunteers for hosting this event. It brought a lot of positive media attention and goodwill to the county, not to mention the economic spin-offs. Hotels were packed, restaurants were packed, and just in terms of Petawawa, all the venues and events that I went to, I got nothing but positive feedback from athletes, coaches, spectators. Everybody was just, astounded at what we have here to offer in Renfrew County. And I just thought I'd share this story. I was walking through Dundonald Hall and I'd heard, "Hey, Mr. Mayor." And right away you think, uh-oh, somebody has a complaint about something. But it turned out to be a gentleman from Erin Mills down by Mississauga. And he said, I've only looked at this as a tiny dot on a map. I've never been up here. He said, "I can't believe what we have up here in Renfrew County and Petawawa and all these places." And he said, "This summer, I'm bringing my wife and kids, and we're all coming back here to check this place out in the summer." So if that's just a small snapshot of what a lot of these people came here and discovered, then overall, this was a great event for sure. And I do just have one question, and it's about the Legacy Project. I'm just wondering when that's going to roll out and how that would be advertised.
We'll be bringing it back, I'm assuming probably around April or end of April or early May. It's still being written up, and we're also waiting on the accounting of what funds we have left over, and then we'll have a better sense of the timing. It will be an application-based model, in short, with a panel, likely members of the Games Organizing Committee for the first year, and then it will be turned over to the community, whether through County Council or the community itself after that. Thank you. Councillor from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Warden. I know that you have a lot of merchandise that's left over that's being discounted. When you stop the sale of that, is that going to be donated to some relief fund overseas, or is it going to be set to community shelters, or what's going to happen with that?
It's kind of been left up to me, and so I'll take suggestions. Wasn't going to do any serious thinking about it until probably the last week of March. We shouldn't have too much left over because I think our supplier at this point, it will not be producing more unless it's paid for and ordered. We're just trying to get rid of the stock that we have, but I'm not assuming we'll have too much left over. Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, and I'd just like to add to your list of venues is the Calabogie Highlands for the biathlon. Being somebody who used to race biathlon for Canada, and it happened to be right beside my house, I want to thank you for putting it there. Had a great time, and one of the best things that I saw there was, best and worst things, there was a young lady racing, and she hurt herself on the first lap. And she was struggling, but she wasn't going to give up. And all the other kids finished their races. They got changed. She was still on course. They went out and started running beside her. Kids that they don't know her or anything, but they went out there and finished the laps with her, cheering her on. So I think that sort of encompasses what these games were all about.
Thank you. Councillor from Boncher Valley, please, and then Whitewater.
Thank you. Warden, I also want to congratulate you. This was a tough road. There was a lot of planning and replanning and then replanning, and I know that you just rolled with it with the committee. What you guys didn't see was a lot of the committee chairs changed sort of midway through. We obviously had some budgeting challenges. Please don't take the budget that's included in your package as gospel. That was from January 25th. I redid it last week, I think. And we are getting sponsorships still coming in, but as Jeff will tell you, we're also getting a lot of bills still coming in. So where I was a bit of a slacker as the finance chair prior to the games, now it's a daily event for me. So they're all done, but I'm not. But please don't take the budget that you see. I will be able to move monies around because we did have savings in some of the departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from Whitewater Region, please.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to echo some of the compliments. Thank you for your personal investment in this event. I don't think it would have occurred without the passion you inserted into it, so thank you. My question is looking forward. We've obviously demonstrated that we're successful at hosting games like this. Would we consider doing it again? And this type of sport tourism, do we have a long-term strategy? Should we be bidding for hosting the badminton level events or biathlon events? Should we become a sport tourism destination in Ontario?
You trying to kill him?
Thank you. We have had some conversations internally about the future, and I know the ministry was very impressed with what our volunteers were able to do, and asked us to consider some future bids. And so I think we have to sit down and, as you say, put together a strategy, because this was an aspiration that became an event, and I think we've been able to grow the talent, and that was part of it, was to grow the talent across our community to host larger events and to demonstrate the ability to host it in a variety of venues at the same time. So I think with this success, we certainly should be looking at doing something else. And Mr. Kelly?
Is that a question or a demand? Thank you, Warden. Yeah, to Councillor Nicholson. So obviously, with the success, as the Warden mentioned, we have asked the process at this point just to find out what the process is moving forward on the next bid cycle for 2026. 2024 is in Thunder Bay, so the next cycle for the Winter Games is 2026. On the Summer Games, it's a bit more monumental. We just don't have the room capacity at the moment to handle that as we understand it, but we are considering, we are, again, looking at all the bid deadlines, because Mr. Davis has nothing better to do. So we just thought we'd roll that out, just to let you know. Thanks.
I think Neil was offering to chair.
Yeah, perfect. I could offer the older gray person sitting in the back saying, oh, you should do it this way. Councillor from Northern Gormley, Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden, and I also wanted to thank you for taking on this monumental project, and also all of the organizing committee, the supportive staff, and of course all of the community volunteers. I just had a question. The seating, the wooden blocks at the opening ceremony, great idea. Does the county get to keep those? And if so, is that something that could be used at other community events? And I'm thinking about the agriculture forum that's being planned for this year.
Sure, they're still part of the Games Organizing Committee inventory, 1,100 blocks. I have reached out to some of the schools, and some of them are looking at them for their outdoor learning areas, but there still will be a number of them left. And I have to do something with them as soon as the snow flies, because they'll want the ball field back. But yes, if we're trying to get rid of some of them through to the schools and community groups, and then if there's any left over, we'll have to figure something out. Thank you. Councillor Abenston Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Certainly acknowledging what I believe is a resounding success, no question, of the Ontario Winter Games, 2023 Ontario Winter Games. I want to dial in a little bit more specifically on the Herculean task that you undertook. I think that it was quite clear to Council, perhaps those who are watching, that you are recognizing, if not prior to this morning, certainly this morning, of the incredible effort that was put forward, as I had indicated to you, on several challenges that you encountered actually while the games were underway. Typically, when one sees one stumble in a marathon, it's when the finish line is in sight. You did not stumble, though the finish line kept moving. If everyone in this room recalls, those games were supposed to have been held in 2022, and Mother Nature said, no, you shall not, COVID. Then when we came to the opening ceremonies, Mother Nature said, I would like to divert your attention slightly by this incredible snowstorm I'm going to deliver upon you that was nonetheless quite picturesque in the lights of all of the ball field lit. It was very much a Walt Disney-esque environment. And then Mother Nature once again a week later said, oh, no, you don't. You shall do it virtually now. So at each step of this, you remained nonplussed, you remained stone-faced, and you delivered an incredible games through the enormity of this challenge. I think that you are recognizing perhaps a little bit of a stumble now that you have crossed the finish line, though ever so brief. And I understand that it took an army of volunteers. It took an incredible dedication of all of the volunteers, the organizing committee, Ms. Burwell. But I dare say that there are only two individuals in our community that will know truly what it takes to organize an event of this sort, and that is you and Fred Blackstein. So I am going to actually invite everyone.
Thank you. That's very generous of you, and I'll accept that on behalf of all of our volunteers. It wouldn't have occurred. My job was just to try and guess what might happen, smooth in some of the potholes, and the volunteers did all the work, so thank you. And, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor from Renfrew.
Thank you, Warden. Not to take anything away from Councillor Donahue, but well said. On the town of Arnprior side, the warden called us on a Wednesday afternoon saying that an event manager for Washoe had packed it up or wasn't going to appear, so we had to find someone. And I'd like to recognize Glenn Arthur as stepping up to the plate, looking after Washoe 100%, as well as getting the Arnprior Hospital to open up their parking gates for free parking for anybody going to the Washoe on Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Warden.
Yes, thank you. I turned to Dan right away and Mayor McGee and said, look, we have a problem. Can you help me solve it? And they had it solved in about 2 hours and 45 minutes, was from about 8 o'clock in the morning until lunchtime, and Dan had a solution for me. And the solution was Glenn and his variety of friends and volunteers. So, and that's part of it, was, you know, being able to access our relationships, you know, and I mentioned the ATV club and the two snowmobile clubs. Those are relationships that the county has built and cherished for years, and also with our local municipalities as well. And we reached out to the CAO group to take on the medals ceremonies because we knew they understood how special those were. And at other times we reached out to members in our community. So we're very fortunate, but thank you again, thank you, Dan, and to you and Lisa for your efforts in mobilizing so quickly. And I think now we can move to a motion for closed. I don't seem to have one in front of me other than, I'm sorry? Sure, we'll take 5 minutes, come back at 11:15 if that's okay. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if I could have a mover and a seconder, please, for closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, Algonquin land claim, cell tower, property purchase, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, community housing, and personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, RCVTAC. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor from North Agona Wilberforce, second by Councillor from Head Clare Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. In open, and I have a motion I would like a mover and seconder for, please. That County of Renfrew Council directs the warden and chief administrative officer / clerk as recommended in closed session report item number 2 this date. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Township of Greater Madawaska, second by, member from Whitewater Region. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. And then the second motion, please.
Thank you, Warden. The second motion moved by, second motion reads that, that the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center funding, the RCV-VTAC funding, be extended for 30 days using funds in our community paramedic reserve and or through the para-regional health, and that a report be brought back to the March 29th meeting of County Council.
And I see the member from Whitewater and the member from McNabb Braeside making the motion and seconding it. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And with that, we'll take a break until 2 o'clock for lunch, and I apologize. Our business got away from us. Please be seated. Okay. So right now, what I'd like is to have a mover and a seconder for that the bylaws listed on item 13 and attached hereto as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated March 1 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Councillor from Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan, second by Councillor from Headclear, Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And we'll move to reports, and I'll give a very brief one on AMO. It's in your, it got sent in, but some things occurred that it didn't quite get out on, and that's my fault for not following up on. I apologize. And so very quickly, it covers meeting November 25th and January 26th and 27th, and if you look at the committee of the whole, the issues and the messages, AMO was a little concerned that the province moved so expediently and quickly without much consultation on most of their housing bills and their homelessness and build homes faster. And as such, we're trying to reset the relationship. And so you can see the 5 points where we're trying to highlight how we deal with government. Housing, it's an issue for everybody, and if you look on the second page, you can see the, identify and highlight the negative effects of Bill 23, and keep pushing for collaboration through the MOU table or some of them. And then working to make sure that we get the provincial municipal technical working group together and getting some clarification from ministries. We agree, the sector agrees that more houses need to be built. And we have our concerns about Bill 23. And then you see the 3 recommendations in the shaded box. The offsets of implementing the housing supply action plans, which is approximately $1 billion until 2031. And clarify the role of conservation authorities and regional governments in land use planning, and invite the municipal sector to the table as a full partner when talking about housing initiatives. Homelessness, you can see that we're going to embark on or continue to work on an advocacy campaign, and we're going to highlight the lack of provincial leadership in this critical area and demonstrate the ability of the municipal sector to mobilize our partners. And we're doing some work on the pre-budget submission as well. And municipal council resolutions, I'll be circulating a couple to you in the next little while. I just have to get them clarified. And there's some media coalition building. Homelessness is a made in Ontario issue. And you'll see the other points as well. And we talk about it has to be a multi-year plan, and it has to be provincial social assistance rates need to be acted upon, and to increase the supply of deeply affordable housing. And for some of you that haven't been in these chambers for a while, just a real quick note about AMO in the next 2 pages. It's a not-for-profit corporation. It has 6 caucuses, and I belong at this point to the Rural Caucus and the County Caucus. So the County Caucus, large urban, Northern Caucus, the regional and single tier, the rural, and the small urban. And there are 9 appointed positions. So I sit at the county caucus by virtue of being appointed by the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. And board meetings are held 6 times a year. And advocacy positions are intended to represent a sector that varies greatly in population and prosperity. So that's why you do not see many papers from AMO talking specifically about waste management in the Bay of Quinte. We try to make sure that it's, and for the most part, it's successful, that it's a larger it's a larger issue, and that's somewhat frustrating for myself, who would love to have lots of motions from our table get passed, but so we'll often blend them together. And then you'll see training updates. So if you go to the website on a regular basis, you'll see training for yourself and for staff and for members of council. We're in a little bit of a dispute with MPAC. They don't want to share their information. We're suggesting that we should have a share of it because we contribute to it. The executive director's report on page 5. I've been working in hybrid since April 4th, and we're starting off with a fairly significant campaign under governance, which is We Will Win, which is a respect for democracy and civil engagement, and the other piece is municipal workforce development. We've been talking about that for a while, and we have a plan going forward. Board vacancies, interviews, and appointments will be completed in the March 2023 board meeting. They'll be announced. I'm on 3 panels interviewing people, so we've had a really good response of people who want to sit on the various caucuses. I threw this piece in about Blue Box on page 6, and I didn't identify it as Blue Box, I guess. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, it is, under Waste Management. What we found recently is that, and you may need to be aware of this, household hazardous waste, the body that's supposed to take over that, has said to us, if you don't have a full-time program, you're not going to get funding. And so I went to AMO with it. So Dave Gordon, who you all know is an expert, has informed me that they're pushing back on it, and that's just some information. I'll keep you appraised of it, but you may want to pay attention and ask the people who are going to be picking up your household hazardous waste at your sites. You may want to ask them some questions about it, because it sounds like we might not get the funding that we received in the past. Public health. This is an older version of it, just to let you know that AMO's position hasn't changed, and this is essentially the things that we're pursuing with AMO, or with Alpha. And then page 8 are a series of other topics that normally show up in our report, but this time we didn't have anything of substance to report back to you, because it was a meeting to talk about strategic planning and the budget. The AMO conference will be held it was held last year, and you can see the numbers from that. It'll be held this August in London. And there are, I think, 4 of us in the county who have this concern about the outstanding federal payments in lieu of taxes. So the federal government has been challenged by the municipalities, and Minister Bethan Falvey has dropped himself in the conversation as well. So we are trying to get more information on it. It affected primarily Petawawa. I don't remember the exact numbers. I think, and Deep River, and I think at this point it's something in the tune of about $2 million across our local municipalities. And then you just see I added a new thing on the back page: conversations in general and in the hallway. So it's essentially the little bit scraps of gossip that you pick up in conversations. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Any questions? I'll try and answer them. Councillor from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. More of a comment than a question. I just wanted to say thank you to AMO for raising the attention of the cannabis legislation that are causing grief for some residents where they're growing medical marijuana in residential areas, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of action from the federal government to make any amendments. So I appreciate AMO bringing that forward. And the other one was in regards to the public health boards. The fact that the province is kind of remiss in making their appointments to some of the boards, which is creating problems for some of them to have enough members for quorum. So I'm just, does AMO have any ability to maybe send a letter to the province that they address that?
When we meet at the end of the month, I'll bring it up as part of one of my reports. So yes, I will make sure I bring it up. Thank you. And And seeing, I'm sorry, Councillor Amundsen Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's endemic. I think a lot of us have been experiencing this with our police services boards. Actually, a long time. If there's a letter would come from AMO, I'm sure they have that one, a template that they have sent multiple times. I'm just kind of curious, Mr. Warden, as I understood, so as chair of the Wardens Caucus, that provides a seat on AMO's board. But as I understood, you were also elected as a member of the Rural Caucus. So do you exercise like a weighted voting, i.e., do you participate with both hats on?
I participate with both hats, and I only have one vote. Yeah, I tried to change the rules. And I think they saw me coming because they had an answer as soon as I made the motion. Thank you. With that, we'll move to Chalk River Stewardship Council. Town of Arnprior, Mr. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. My notes are on page 11 to 25. I attended 3 Canadian nuclear laboratories meetings dealing with decommissioning of buildings on their site and what the future will bring. The main objective in the near future is the demolition of building B250. Due to the structural designs of each tower that were built in phases, a staged demolition is recommended. And as a result of public meetings, there have been a number of new studies that are going to take place or have taken place. Some examples are fish habitat, biodiversity inventories, geotechnical, and native history. Some of the highlights for the decommissioning from September 2015 to December 2022, buildings demolished 114, footprint reduction 283,000 square feet. On site, the hazardous waste is 47,000 kilograms, low-level radioactive waste 3,116,373 kilograms, mixed waste 17,402 kilograms, intermediate level radioactive waste 46,747, and high level radioactive 809 kilos. Stuff that has left the site, clean waste, is 20,302,728 kilos, and asbestos waste 260,439 kilos. And as I've mentioned, the rest of the report's in the 7 pages, giving a more detail on how they're going to get rid of the different buildings that they have, as well as the new building that's going to house the new shovel breaking that we did in December with the warden. The building 250, they're taking the windows out per se and part of the labs, and they're going to go to the new building. So what they can recycle, because of the cost factor, they're going to do that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we'll move to ERN, please, and Township of Bon Cheval Valley.
Thank you, Warden. So we had an ERN board meeting on February 9th. Our new CEO is fitting in very well, and he, despite some of the challenges that are in my report, he does feel that his team is working to make solid progress on the Selgap project. We've got some other opportunities for EORN that came out of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus with their key priorities, including housing, EV charging, Indigenous relations, cybersecurity, and supporting the EOLC. We're doing some housekeeping work with our resources guide and our current mission statement and charter. We are asking MOI to extend our project by 13 months, and we feel that that is going to go ahead okay, because we are still doing duty to consult, so we're feeling very confident. Our staff work closely with Rogers. However, there continue to be a number of changes in the Rogers organization, with a new VP coming into the team in January and other staffing changes. Construction has also been an issue. We've got supply chain issues. The weather has not been our friend, but I will have more on this at the end of March. because I think that there is some opportunity for a bit of a few more co-locations in our area. Due to the election and timing of the terms of some of our board of directors, we did set up a nomination committee, so I am on that, and we are hoping to have our 2 public members for the board prior to the April 6th meeting, and our first meeting of the nomination committee is scheduled for March 8th, and just this morning I got the resumes of the people that are applying for the EORN board. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll move to FCM.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a couple of quick comments. Just with respect to the information you provided around the payment in lieu of taxes, the 2 issues there that affect mostly, significantly, Deep River and Petawawa, is one, as the province lowers the education tax rate across the province, what it does for all of you, save and except Petawawa and Deep River, to a large extent, is that if your tax bill is $1,000 total, with the 3 levels of government, and the province lowers the education rate, all of you actually have some room to increase revenues without increasing the tax bill, because it's moving from the education to yourselves. So it gives you some room. It's the opposite for Petawawa and Deep River, because on the properties that we have significant revenues from payment in lieu, the municipality actually keeps the education rate. So when that rate gets lowered, we actually lose revenue. So that's the one issue. The second issue is the question around whether the federal government is going to continue to pay the education rate, because one level of government typically doesn't pay taxes to another level of government. So those are the 2 issues on that, just for information that we've been dealing with. And certainly Petawawa and Deep River have met with Minister Bethlen Falvey on this, and so they are aware of it. And I guess the other thing I wanted to mention was, as the warden spoke around or referenced AMO's position widely on issues and not specific to a municipality, that's kind of exacerbated at FCM, where it's FCM's policy and mandate to deal with stuff that deal with the federal government and have a national issue or a national scope to them. So, we get into issues that have to cross not only municipal borders, but provincial borders. So it's sometimes a challenge. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't have anything specific, as we have committee and board meetings next week. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll turn back to the Township of Bon Cher Valley for Roma, please.
Thank you, Warden. So I attended my first official Roma board meeting on Friday, February 17th. We had just an overview of the initial financials and stats from the Roma conference. I will have more on those probably next month. We were also provided an update from the team lead with the report cards from the attendees. If anybody wants to see them, I'm happy to share. Almost all of them were favorable, and they were really nice to read. We got a communications update from Red Brick, and below are some of the stats. They were very excited about the media interest, the increased Twitter, growing Facebook and LinkedIn, because they do believe that this is the way we're getting our information out to other people that didn't go to the conference. But I think, Peter, I can't remember, they didn't give us a final number of delegates, did they?
They did, and I believe it was something in the neighborhood of about 1,500, between 1,500 and I think 1,575.
Yeah, they didn't have an exact number, but I think you're definitely, it was over 1,500. We also had a briefing and some discussion on the opportunities for rural Ontario and attainable housing, and Chair Robin Jones presented that, and a presentation from Ellen Sinclair from the Rural Ontario Institute, and I can also share that if requested. It was an excellent meeting for my first one. You know as well as anybody, your first meeting is always like, oh boy. So I was trying to soak it in, and I was happy that Peter was there, so if I missed anything, he can fill in. But I asked him, do you want me to do the Roma update or you? And he said, oh no, you. So if there's anything you need to add, Mr. Warden, but thank you, that concludes my report.
No, I have nothing to add, thank you. And we'll move, if there's no questions, all right, we'll move to notice of motions, please. Seeing none. Members' written motions. Again, seeing none. New business. Councillor, Township of Greater Madawaska.
I just want to wish everybody a happy St. David's Day, and for those of you who don't know, that's the patron saint of Wales, and I'm just wanted to put it out there for anybody of Welsh descent. Happy St. David's Day.
Thank you. Wales the country or Wales the animal?
I think you took Councillor Murphy's thunder on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got Wales without the H.
Got it. Yes.
Okay, and just so that you're aware, we've got a lot of stuff going on in Eganville and in other parts of Bonnechere Valley over the March break week. So if you've got little kids or bigger kids in your community, we've got bumper cars, we've got a scavenger hunt, beaver tails. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please come out if you wish to.
Thank you. Anyone else? I was a little remiss when we were going through the body of the report and should have been a little quicker off the draw in terms of the strategic plan. I think it's it's a very valuable document, and it it was one that was formed after great consultation with you and with staff. Eric Lockhart, the facilitator, did a great job of pulling a lot of information together and pulling out the common threads of it, and so I'm very comfortable and happy with the resulting document. I think it recognizes the need to build the capacity of the community, but also of our corporation, and the importance of the services that we deliver, and then also to anticipate what areas need strengthening or support within our community. So I'm very proud of that document, and I'd like to thank each of you for your contribution to it. It speaks very well of us on a go-forward basis. So again, thank you for your time and effort and your attention. And we'll move to another motion, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on March 1, 2023 be now deemed read 3 times and passed. That's bylaw number 34-23. Mover, please. Township of Abbotston Bromley, Township of Laurentian Hills. You've heard the motion. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much, Council. And with that, a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Bonnechere Valley, Councillor Head Claire Mariah. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much.